Hello? We live? Give me the white hearts. I appreciate that. How are we, people? Theme, schmeta, schmercy, schmiss, schmigly, schmuckin music. Don't tell me that's like a slur. Because that didn't sound right. Schmuck. Okay. Alright, see. Side trans? Oh my god, you were like on my good side already. Check. 1, 2. Oh my god. Our new intro music, really. You're right, this would go hard with some Roblox gameplay. As a matter of fact, let's all open up Roblox.com. It's actually free to sign up, not sponsored. You can make a free, okay. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool. This snare clap thing is way too damn loud. I feel like I kind of like this, like the side trance bass, I kind of like it, but it feels like a little MIDI. Like maybe I want more high. You can especially hear how dull it sounds when like it's doing these sustain notes, and maybe in those I wouldn't want it to feel a sustain. I wouldn't want it like non-stop movement, non-stop envelope filtering. Yeah, it's also pretty mono. I don't think that'll make or break it though. And also like this is like, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of like the gated tribal vocal intro. Like when I hear that, if I'm bumping side trance, I'm like, all right, this about to be mid. Let's go. And also, it sounds like it's in a different key. Like the bass line versus the vocal. Yeah, and really just mess with that bass, layer it, just make it nice. You don't have to be super clicky, just make sure it's like transy enough to just punch through everything, you know, kind of gets lost at points. And also, I mean, you can go with like the drier feel, but if you're going for like drier side trance, then like I would like boof it more, you know, like soft clip it or like get it closer to 0, limit it. Or alternatively, like get all those lovely filtery delay boys. Okay, I just can't, we can never see that again. I like this a lot. This is insane, actually. Jesus Christ. There's that impact you love again. One thing I would say, I feel like you could go harder on this like halfway through variation just to really like catch their attention again. You know, because around the halfway point, that's when people start to be like, aight, just vibing with it, you know. I mean, it depends on what you're going for.
Fuck your head up.
Let's go, baby. A little bit here. Goes crazy. Good. I would say the second half could have more space here. Like I feel like in a lot of your arrangements, you're just like, all right, bang your first drop and literally waste no time, new riff, new thing, and go straight to second. You know, I feel like you could let it bide, kind of develop, marinate, and like tease it a bit more in these middle sections, so it's not just round, oh, new shit, you know. And that could give people more mix out. It could add more weight to it, make it feel more cohesive. Yes, and you can't use the impact again. That's against the rules. Also, this definitely went harder than this drop. This drop was pretty cool. I felt like this had just sounds I liked more, and maybe more variation. I hesitate to say stuff like fills, but I don't know. Like, just like do like what you did in the first, like on the second. Either like give it more time to introduce that as a new idea instead of just diving straight into it, and make it slap harder with the sound design and variations, right? Or you have them more similar, so it's not just like wham, wham. W. So they can play whichever they like more. No, you're right. That's kind of smart. Not a fan of this sibilant stereo guy.
Honor, respect. Out.
People, it's time to party. It's time to flow. It's time to listen music. Get moving. Get moving. Get on the
But like tension could have amped up too. It just felt like almost a anticlimactic, just kind of beat drop.
Ready for this? What are you girl? Scream to the blood clot one. What is set? But you live a positive life. Scream for the one. 9 to 5. Positive life. Scream for the one. 9 to 5.
Too many detune sauce. I agree, sign a little loud. Compress it a little. It's alright. It's alright. I see where it's trying to go. Main thing is like you have this riff repeating the whole time. It's not my favorite riff, and I think you can make it a little more interesting. You know, just that banning. That's kind of the whole. That's the whole thing. Versus like if you have even just that little note can always give something to like look forward to or something, you know, instead of just same every single time. You can also do more, just more flowy, you know. It's just very straight. You know, you know, that'll give it a bit more phrasing and flow, as the kids have been saying. And yeah, just tension didn't feel right. It's like kind of dropped the beat, but then you're like, all right, it's still building. It just felt like a really long build, like without like enough tension to justify it. And also it's not just like laying down as a beat enough to just be like, okay, I'm vibing to the beat, you know. Like you could push it in one direction or the other, or both, I guess. And I don't know, I'm just not a fan of like the high octave resound. Like that's another Feedback Friday sound that I don't enjoy. Like at least give it a little more modulation, like open the filter, move it around. And yeah, just distort this guy more, get some more interesting tones and presence. The low bass. Lovely. Quite clean. I would say snare, clap, snap a little loud. That's it. Also, you have this kind of like sub 808 following the whole time. I'm not the biggest fan of the kind of like, it's very strong on the harmonic, which I'm not feeling the root as much as like the root sub as the sub one. Mostly just hearing the harmonic. I don't know, it's kind of like limiting the depth you could feel from it almost. Like sometimes it hits deeper, it feels, but... And sometimes, like, in really low notes, you might want more of the high harmonic, but in higher notes, you might want less, so you could just kind of EQ shelf it. Kind of, because, like, different subs, frequencies are perceived differently. One thing, I mean, this isn't really a problem with it, it's just something I'm thinking, is like, it kind of like, it's doing like all the melodic stuff and the jumpy stuff, but it's still like staying around the root note a lot, which could be a good or bad thing. But like, it's kind of, I feel like maybe you could push it more towards like a progression where each section would be colored differently. Because as is, like, it kind of gives almost like the illusion that there's a progression going on and that it's like jumping octaves and fifths and stuff, but it's still like really sticking at the root. And maybe you can make it even more impactful by, you know, giving those different colors through different root notes, you know, writing those out instead of just passing all the time. Subjective. You know, you kind of go bam, 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 bam. Yeah, you have some moments, but I feel like maybe you could try to get a hair of like higher harmonic on the sine wave too, just so it has that much more character and stand out of the mix a little more, just really sparkle up top. Also, there's just like, I feel like there's a lot of high frequencies that you're not always hitting, right? So the sine wave could take up more of those, and also like with that, the clap really stands out. But yeah, it's clean. People agree. Yes. What? Yes. Like I did dig for those feedback points, but I didn't want to just give you like thumbs up. Let's go. That's not very helpful.
There's a place I like to go. take you there. I wanna take you there.
Pretty cool. Main quip that stands out is like honestly, like the main noisy bass sound is probably like my least favorite sound of all time. No, not my least favorite sound of all time. Just like in this arrangement, it's like all of the bark and none of the bite. It's just kind of like, and that's all I get from it. Maybe like bring up the harmonic, bring up less noise. See if you can give it like more envelope, you know, like people just kind of, well, I mean, not people, but you know what I mean. They like put hiss on something and they're like, all right, we're good to go. But I think hiss is made more interesting when it has some kind of like, you know, like flutter to it, like resonant language does, or you have an envelope to it. So it's not kind of hushing over the like dynamic of like the wub, you know, because like if you have a nice whump, right, if you had a hiss to it, all of a sudden there's just psst, and there's no like psst. You get what I mean? You can't really feel like the flow of the sound as much all the time. And also it's just a lot of noise, not a lot of like harmonics. That's my favorite. And I feel like it's just not as girthy as like the kicks, for example. Yeah, I just want that sound to be saucier or kind of like morphing more or flowing more, you know, because a lot of the time it's just kind of like the whole beat. The whole beat. So you want to make those parts especially interesting and moving and clean. You know, like all about. Cause like make the sound so good, you're like, oh, I gotta hear that sound more. Undeniably, or like have it move so much where it's like, oh, this sound is schmovin', or both. And in addition to that, maybe more like melodic and rhythmic kind of syncopation on top of it, like the vocal chops. Yeah, that definitely gets a little repetitive. Dub 7. What happened to like the previous 6? Clean sound.
「
Honestly, think break. Every track needs that. Also, I'm gonna cut off some mishies after this tune, as some would say. So get him in. This is a very nice sound. But yeah, I could maybe have a little clearer upbeat tension. Rim loud. Could be layered, even though it's my rim, and I should have layered it more. Snare is just absurdly loud. I feel like that's especially important. Like, if you want something really heavy, sure, like, have it punch and, like, make you blink every time. But I feel like part of dub is you want to, like, vibey, trancy, and you don't want to just joke people every time it hits. You don't need to spend $200 to turn down your rim shot. Yeah. So, I honestly like this teaser bass more than the actual drop bass, because it's like, if you have a really clean harmonic bass, the last thing I want is it to just sound like square wavy, you know? I don't know, that's just me though, and maybe like Sinoid Fold will give it that biggerness without it resorting to square wave boof, you know? And same with like little flutters. I honestly like these sounds more. Yeah, another thing is like, dudes stay having a bunch of empty spaces in their dub tracks, which is like kind of a thing, but at the same time, like, what are these empty spaces doing for my like musical experience? Let me know. Let me know in the comments below. Be sure to like and subscribe for more. You can send a track like right now because I'm cutting off some issues. No, like I don't know, like you don't want to lift the phrase too much because if I'm going bow bow wow bow 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 wow 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 bow, I mean that's a fine phrase, but where it says bow wow 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 wow, one is definitely keeping you engaged more, you know, versus if you have too many spaces, it's like you kind of lost their attention. You know, I mean, in a sense, you have, not quite literally, like they're not gonna just ignore your song now, but you know.
And so we would be sitting under an apple tree, for instance, on a July afternoon, drinking lemonade and, you know, talking about this and that, and it's practically buzzy like honeybees. And alcoholics would stop everything and say,
Okay, I'm cutting off no more submissions.
Nice, I don't know what is. And so he would do that again and again, and it was very good advice, and I've taken it up.
Like I said this before, but like if you're gonna use a ton of silence in your track, it better be the best silence you've ever heard. You better feel like, oh shit, like this silence, you know.
Nice. I don't know what is. If this isn't nice,
You've
I
been
don't know what
asking.
is. Music, please.
That's crazy because this is the first time I saw you. Join the Discord and submit if you haven't.
We are so seldom told the truth. We don't know enough about life to know what the good news is and the bad news is. And we respond to that. Thank you, Bill.
The other thing is like in silences, or I guess they're not really silences, you can have the ending stuff to pull it back, you know, instead of just like, man, wap, 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 wap. You could have wap, 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 wap. You see that? I feel like that has a lot more impact.
I call it boy meets girl, but it needs to be about a boy or a girl.
So true,
It's
Blank.
somebody on a day like any other day comes across something perfectly wonderful.
Pretty clean group.
We are so seldom told the truth. We don't know enough about life to know what the good news is and the bad news is.
Yeah, I would say dial it back on the layers or use them in different places at different times.
Nice.
Because it's almost like you have three elements competing for my attention, and then you add the piano, then that's four, then you add the vocal, and that's five. And that's too many for my feeble mind, really. You know, and kind of part of that goes into the mix, you know. Like all these are like distorty, bassy, mid-frequency stuff, you know. So maybe you can make the sub stay sub here, leave room for like the mid whoomp whoomp whoomp, and then maybe the flutter could get a little more high end, and then they all have their own space. It's easier to absorb. And the other thing is just like the complexity. You're kind of getting like you're like switching. It's not always simple lines in every place.
We are so seldom.
You know, versus like if you just had, you know, kind of like that, maybe a little straighter, more on the bar, and then the sub bass pattern might be a little simpler. Then it leaves room for maybe the piano and the wub to be more complex. You know, complexity on all fronts isn't always easy to grasp.
Another story is very popular.
And yeah, maybe could have just like shifted the arrangement instead of just flat on layering this thing. Think about your audience. I can't remember your name. How could they deal with this many sounds? You're right. No, you're right. No, that's honestly like a big thing. Like we're able to hear more in our own music than like other music. I don't know. You know, like you could justify a lot of things in your own track because you get it, you know, but for someone that knows nothing about you and doesn't speak the same exact musical language as you have to speak in their terms. It's almost like you can have the raw ideas, but it's a matter of like communicating it in a way people will understand, you know. And some people might understand the musical language you're putting down, even if it's super complicated, you know. But that's unlikely. Um, we should try to analyze the feelings of winds with the peak of the web and different LFO spots. Yeah, I guess what I think you meant web, the peak of the web and different LFO spots. No, I get what you mean. Like if that feels different too. I mean, this is a whole other tangent, but you know, like depending on the shape of your LFO, it's gonna be more or less swung, like heavier versus straighter, cleaner. You know. Yeah, like translation is key. Yeah, I listened to my song 234 times, telling my girlfriend can hear the difference. You know, like a lot of people aren't gonna hear all the subtle details you put in. You know, what they do hear is the main idea. They're gonna hear how it flows. They're gonna hear the main bass sound, maybe another one if you're lucky and smart with it. They're going to hear like the cadence of the sounds, you know. So that means like doing more than just one note or creating cadences through your sound design, even if it is one note. You know, and that seems like a lot, not when I put it like that, but I don't know, like people's attention, what they can focus on is very limited. And it's easy to tunnel in when you're producing just the one background element, like, oh, this is about to push to the new level. But if you're just hearing this in the background, like what's gonna catch you? What are you gonna feel? You know, unfortunately, people don't listen to music. They don't sit down with an album and like really listen super deep into it. I mean, obviously, a lot of people do, but the vast majority of people, like, music is like they're not listening that deep. And the thing is, like, even if they are listening that deep, you need to show them that depth. You can't just assume they'll find it themselves. You know? Okay. Enough talking about whatever, though.
And say, if this isn't nice, I don't know what is.
Best adult dating. This is great.
If this isn't nice, I don't know what is. Music, please.
Yeah, the other thing is like you can have a bunch of bass sounds, but a lot of times, whatever. Better to have them one at a time, you know, call and response phrase versus you know, layered on top of each other. Because like part of the bass sound is like sound design. Its sound design is super rich, you know. It's a super rich thing. It can, like, instead of like think about if I were to like just play a guitar chug or like a violin on one note for like 2 minutes, you wouldn't listen to that, right? But the depth comes from like the harmonics, and you can really only make out the harmonic depth of the sound fully when there's only one sound playing at a time, most often. You know, and if there's a lot of sounds, you probably want it a little less harmonically complicated through the sound design. You know, if that makes sense. Okay, a lot of things to say apparently for Linus. Yeah, are you looking for the heads or mass appeal? You still need a hook, I agree. I think there's a balance between those, you know? It's like, I think of like YouTube recommendation core, because like, I know like there's the obscure like jazz album you see on your YouTube, right? And like everyone loves it. They're like, oh my gosh, hidden gem, right? But it has like millions of views and YouTube recommended. You know, it's almost like that can be like the kind of deep digging, but at the same time, it's different and is able to appeal to a lot of people, you know? I feel like that's an interesting mark to hit, you know, YouTube recommendation music core. You get what I mean? Just like the obscure jazz piano album or whatever the heck. sounding on my ears in a bad way. Maybe I just need to turn my audio down. It's like high frequencies, I guess.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so dumb. Everybody know what flow I'm on. You already know when the kid come through. Through the shit, then it's about to be a party.
I don't know, just something feels weird about the mix on it is what stands out. Like right from the start, maybe it was just loud, but it kind of like hurt my ears. It's almost like there's a lot of mid stereo too, which makes me evil. And I feel like if the kick has like even more girth, like foomp, you know what I'm saying? That could knock harder. Yeah, and it's like there's this peak in like, I don't know, like 2-3K range or something that like everything wants to go to, which is evil. You know, because it's like the saw is really buzzing there, or whatever it is. But also the like the snare and the percussion is hitting there. Kinda.
Be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know this.
And I don't know, maybe like more defined like modulations on this bass could make it a little more interesting. Schmelter. And maybe like a bit more like kind of distorted-ish tones coming from the low end, and maybe like a little noise on it could make it sound even bigger. Also, like a little bit of reverb on stuff like that could, or just some kind of like feedback effect can also make that stuff ring out harder. If you're going for just like massive tune, large up sound. My selector. Not that I would say that though. Yeah, and it could definitely have more variations. Heads, really. We were just talking about it.
See them other chicken heads, they don't ever leave the coop. They don't ever leave the They don't ever leave.
It's kind of repetitive. It goes. What I was hoping for.
See them other chicken heads, they don't.
I was almost hoping for a more like flowing type beats. It's very sustainy, which is evil and wrong, objectively. You thought you could get away with it. No, I was almost expecting like with the way it was teased, I was expecting like, you know, you feel me? That could flow harder.
The cool. They don't ever reach.
And definitely could use a bit of soothing on the beat. Cause like the high corpusy pound guys, definitely super high freaking kind of scary. With addition to like the noise and hats. Like snare gets kind of lost when it's not when it hits without being layered with the like the water droppy. Just watch our stuff. Yeah, a breakbeat could sauce the drums in that fashion. Oh, literally, he does this every time. He does this every time. Guitar clean. Flop is evil. I don't do donations for skipping. Um, I feel like this second idea isn't as enticing to me. Additionally, also in some ways, I was feeling like back here, it's like then it kind of gets drowned out without a like clear response phrase. You know, like there's things going on, but I feel like there's nothing kind of like singing like the guitar directly playing off that. And at the same time, like there's things obscuring the guitar, which are not singing. So it's, you know. Just auto pen everything does not do it for me, which is very unfortunate. Maybe if there was more like phrasing in it, you know, more kind of spaces to identify the phrases. Yeah, it goes back to silence. I don't think you need a ton of silence, but enough to distinguish where a phrase starts and ends. And kind of feel the chord progression. That's crazy. Yeah, and I think just the arrangement needs to be a little clearer what elements I am desired to focus on at points. You know, and I believe that people feel, you know, melodic, harmonic, and rhythmic ideas the most in music. I mean, that's like the foundation. Beyond like sound design, even if you are a sound design guy. So yeah, I would arrange it so those main melodic ideas are super clear. We're able to really feel the harmonies kind of coming through, and you know, there's articulation and the rhythm and the phrases to find them. Nice
Woke
little
up
loop.
in the bed, hasn't that been good? Like, you heard what she said, now I'm wishing I was dead. Got me all up in my head.
We've gone so long without bots, but they've returned.
Woke up in the bed, hasn't that been good? Like, you heard what she
Vocals too
said,
loud.
now I'm wishing I was dead. Got me
Yeah,
all up
right.
in my head. Now I'm all up in my head.
And the EQ feels like telephony on
Not
it.
sure what I said, but it's choking up my chest. I can't even rest, now I'm all up in my head. Wishing I was dead, all I see is red, so I just feel a rest.
Mixing and
Now
praise
I'm
is
all
nice.
up in my head. Wishing it would stop, cause I think I'm about to drop. Can't find myself at all, I'm always about to fall. I can't even stand, wish I had a plan, man. All up in my head, now I'm all up in my head.
Yeah, this part is really smooth and nice. Like this first phrase,
Got me all up in my head.
I feel like Like the kind of both the mixing and the execution on it, it just sounds a little strained. You know, maybe like, well, it could be both. You know, maybe it's the way you sung it. I feel like if you're in a higher register, you gotta be careful and make it sound like effortless. Maybe even like a little falsetto-y. You know, and kind of mix it like that. I like the mix better here, so maybe a bit more like that. You get what I mean?
Woke up in my bed, hasn't happened yet, but you were what she said. Now I'm wishing I was dead, got me all up in my head. Now I'm all up in my head.
Half tempo ain't doing it.
Thought you were the one. Eyes up in the sun. Can't see clearly. I'm nearly undone. Mind games is fine as long as we're all having fun. But time after time, it's you're the only one. So you win. Yeah, I'm out. Don't hit send. Don't you out. Steering clear of negativity is what I'm all about. Got my doubts. Can't pretend I don't miss when you're around. But I'm proud. I got out. Brand new town. I'm sleeping sound.
Woke up in my bed, hasn't happened yet, but you were what she said. Now I'm wishing I was dead, got me all up in my head. Now I'm all up in my head. Woke up in my bed, hasn't happened yet, but you were what she said. Now I'm wishing I was dead, got me all up in my head. Now I'm all up in my head.
Lovely.
What I'm all about. Got my doubts. Can't pretend I don't miss when you're.
Yeah, mixing also feels a little weird here. Definitely DS. And it's kind of like, I feel like the kind of like control of the voice is as clean.
Games is fine as long as we're all having fun. But time after time.
And it's a little like too legato, you know, kind of playing with the beat a little too much.
It's
Cool. Much you up. Sorry if the sound design is a bit thin. You best be sorry. I like little bounce with this melody in the groove. I feel like this wants to be, like, especially with the atmospheric pad, it wants to be more atmospheric. So yeah, reverb and delay some stuff out. whatever reason, I'm really focusing on the whoomp. Gotta be especially careful with that sound. Need to give it more movement so it's not the same every time. You know, like I feel like if you're going for organic amorphous track, it must be organic and amorphous. Must be dynamic, you know, like real instruments and organic sounds are morphing a lot, you know, and you hear that in artists like, I don't know, like Closey or like Callius Cantilla who make those organic type beats, you know, and usually that means a lot of filtering, you know, and every time it repeats, it's not the same. And like the all the sounds have envelopes on them to imitate real sounds. You know, real sounds aren't just I mean, what your stuff isn't exactly, but it's close. But real sounds often like just kind of crinkle and, you know, have a slow attack or have a more plucky envelope, you know. What you kind of have here, just lean more into that, and I would also switch that up more so it's not so predictable, so it sounds more human, less digital, you know. And I feel like the phrase around here I was feeling more than other stuff. And I don't know, if you want to go atmospheric, you know, like you don't need to vary it up as much as like you would like a heavy bassy track or whatever type beat. Or not as distinctly, you know, you can keep the main phrase consistent but morph the sound design more and play with layers in and out. Thank you, Silly Ruckus. Is that Silly Rook? What? Okay. Screenshot from the vlog clip. It's like an octave high. Mine would love this.
All I want is bitches, big booty bitches. Used to sell crack, so I just stack my riches. Now I pack that to stop all the stitches from staying in my business. What is this? Relentless approach. You know if I'm broke or not, just 'cause I choke and smoke a lot, don't mean I don't tote the block. 16 shots for my niggas in the pen. A true motherfucking meet again. Wanna be
Cool. I would say hey. I think what stands out is that it's just very thin and the non-bass having sections, which it makes even like the bass having sections sound thin. You know, like the thinness permeates. Yeah, and like an octave too high. I don't know. It's kind of layered, but maybe you could have some lower octave layers on that, like scree lead. And yeah, snare isn't my favorite. Kind of has like a decent transient, but that's about it. It's kind of like a newspaper smacking type snare. Dope though, so true. Yeah, it could be my snare and still be ass. I understand that. I would like just layer it. And I don't know. It almost sounds like Lash EQ'd. I would try to remedy that or just switch it out. Also just be louder. Oh, lovely. Thank God. Lovely. Snare probably loud. Classic Yui snare roll. Maybe what I would say. I would almost say it's a little, feels a little too dense throughout, which is a good problem to have. Also, SoundCloud compression isn't kind of super dense stuff, so that can add to this. And you know, you have this like kind of bell-ish sign. That's like a good preset name, bellish sign. Write that down. But I feel like it's not really, like, I can hear it, I can make it out, but I really want it like front and center, layered or placed. And I feel like breaking from the density at some points could add just a little more contrastingness. That's it. Goes. Wait, just 1 minute, just 1 minute. It'd be crazy. We might have a guest star here. Crack later.
For those seeking a cause of the Big Bang, there's a problem here. I stirred the coffee, that's the cause. What you see happening there is the effect. First the cause, then the effect.
Wait, hello? Hello? Speak?
Hello?
Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, Eva's here, guys. Yay. She's here to give really valuable feedback on music. She loves music.
Am I low-key on feedback front?
Yes. Wait, it's a talk.
Hello?
So I get,
Hello?
okay, just so I can get the volume right. Talk.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Jesus Christ. Or like someone like DS. Okay. Eva's here. She's here to give like vibes, just general, change the vibes and give like layman's feedback, because like bass producers, including me, don't have really good taste, so we don't know what good music sounds like, but Eva does. Okay. So
True.
Eva knows really good music. She like loves Kanye West.
Top 0.5% listeners.
Okay.
Spotify.
Can you hear this through the screen share?
The effect here
Are you playing something?
is the Big Bang.
Are you watching the screen share? Kiva.
Are you playing something?
I was. Is there any sound?
So the cause of it
Oh, Jesus.
must have
Yeah.
existed before.
Okay, this is perfect. Okay.
This is Slay, even? Is it a
Okay.
little s- a little
Okay.
bit
Okay.
For
This-
seeking a cause of the Big Bang, there's a problem here. I stirred the coffee, that's the cause. What you see happening there is the effect. First the cause, then the effect. The effect here is the Big Bang. So the cause of it must have existed before the Big Bang. But where the Big Bang is concerned, there is no before. No, the problem goes deeper than that. The question probably has no meaning. There is no time to accommodate a cause, so there can't be a cause. So there can't be a cause. There is no time to accommodate a cause. Now for those seeking a cause of the Big Bang, there's a problem here.
Okay, I'm gonna give my thoughts, then Eva can really give her super valuable feedback. So this part strikes me as not very interesting. It almost feels like it's like building towards something, but that never happens. Well, I mean, you literally have a build here and there. And I don't know, there's not a lot of like kind of dynamics to like the lines you have going. So this drop is cool, definitely hot on the mids and kind of lacking clear sub. And yeah, the saw wave, I like the wah, but the saw waves is just very straight saw wave.
Must have existed.
And I'm not really a fan of the intro and that, it's just kind of buzzy and crowded. You know, I'll maybe want something like a little... I'm sick of hearing these saw wave buzzes. I hear it all day.
Before.
My knit
No, the
patches.
problem goes deeper than that. The question probably has no meaning.
Maybe just a little more spaced out before densing up. Okay, what does Eva think?
I like it.
Alright, thank you, Eva. Alright.
It's like vibes.
you could like speak your mind.
Like low-key vibes.
Alright, low-key vibes.
No, I actually like this one. I don't know.
No,
I do actually like it.
You like it more than the other ones? Yeah, I agree. I was surprised by this. There are some moments that I wasn't feeling, but like the drop was bouncy.
Yeah, it bounced for sure.
You lying?
I'm off the truly.
Okay. She's off the truly. She really... Excuse her. Another thing, like, I like saw wavy filtery sound, but when everything's a saw wavy filtery sound, then none of them are saw wavy filtery sounds, right, Eva?
True. This guy's onto something.
Really profound. Follow Eva on twitch.tv.
Wait, actually?
I like this progression and the melody, but this vocal is super like harsh in the high end. So true, Eva. My sister works in Truly. She invented Truly.
Sit down. Stand up. Pass out. Wake up. Fade it. Fade it. Fade it.
So definitely too damn squashed on the master. Like you want it loud, but when it sounds like everything is like fighting to breathe, like in the break, that's too damn much. And also like kind of takes some of the weight away from the drop, you know, when it's equally loud as the rest. It's just like can't really make it. And also, I don't know, Trappy Siren ruined my whole immersion, ruined my whole vibe. No, but it's a height. Heard there were sex bots in the chats. Now I'm invested. Like the whole gang's here. Martin's here. Eva Martin's here. Okay, what did Eva think of what she heard?
Eva thinks that it was cool.
Okay, all right, we could.
Eva, stop. Listen, okay. Eva thinks that it was like
vibes.
Like it was too like, bzz, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like I like it, but it's bzz. And also, yeah, I liked it. It was bzz, it was a little bzz though, and
yeah,
it reminded me of Skrillex, like you know, like the like brown.
No, yeah, like the sireny.
Which isn't bad. Skrillex goes hard.
No, you're right. It does have that kind of Skrillex flow. Even though that's like the easiest answer you could say. No, but you're right. No, it's just like you're dubstep. You're like Skrillex, but it actually does have and it does have that kind of phrase.
I might look like the best producer here.
As you're so. All right. We need Martin in here.
Hell no.
He knows music. Yeah, so definitely master is the biggest thing. That's it. Eva agrees. Too buzzy, really.
Slay.
Oh, light bug. Light bright.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Traveled the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them
transition out of that a little quick. And I feel like this main patch wants more mid-range stuff. It's just very scree. Psh. Maybe I like little phasers in the mid-range. Can't help with that. And also, I feel like it could have like a variation or like a little siren layer or something. You know, you kind of have like a flow and with some like notes to make it a riff from the start, but then you don't really stick to that. But I feel like that's what makes it interesting. And this vocal, I'm not sure if this is how you got it or it's just like super like, you know, like super SE. This DS or like don't overprocess it. That's with the filter and vital. Thanks for the kind words. What does Eva think about what you heard?
Eva thinks that I like the song, but I feel like it's a little slow for me in my moment right now.
What?
Like where I'm at right now, it's a little slow for me and where I'm at
Okay.
in this moment.
You're right. She's out. She's off the stems. She's off the truly.
I'm off the truly. I'm playing Valorant. Like
she's up.
I'm fast paced. I'm up. I'm wired.
Maybe like, I mean, you could take that as maybe just like raise the BPM, make the beat faster, but also maybe you could like subdivide it a little more. That could make it a little more interesting, less kind of dragging. Yeah. No, Martin's right. She should smoke some indica. I have the perfect strain for you, really. It'll really mellow out your vibe.
Huh?
It'll mellow your vibe, trust.
Oh, well, if it'll mellow my vibe.
What?
That goes hard. What was that?
You like that? Alright, thoughts?
Me?
Yes, you.
Liked that part.
You're like the brain. Yeah, that was a good sound.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Is this the same song?
They were the same song.
Yeah.
Yeah. She likes it. I like that sound too. It had like didn't sound as thin as the other one, and it almost like had a kind of guitarish like chug tone to it, which is cool. But then I think you varied it up too much, you know, just like have one really strong phrase, then stick to that instead of reaching for variations all the time, you know. I like for both drops, it felt like I started off really strong and then kind of lost me with variation you had. And yeah, so some stuff kind of like went out and came in out of nowhere. You know, you can have like little just risers, reverse, reverb, like filter effect stuff. Okay. How are the drums? Lowrider hates your drums, and he said you look dumb too. I wouldn't say the drums are weak. Maybe Lowrider's vibe is weak. No, I think for the loudness of the rest, you can probably get them louder or have more like high frequency layers so they sound louder. And also, it's very much you only really hear the click of it especially on the kick, maybe you kind of saturate it or something so you can hear more like the tail or like the low end thump instead of just the kind of zap on it. And yeah, maybe snare could have a little like clap layer. This is the guy who made the picture you liked.
Thing Wording makes is my favorite.
Wording's your favorite, really? What are your thoughts so far, Eva?
I think it sounds like Undertale a little bit, and I like that. Undertale's. Okay, I died. I died in Valorant. I died.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's actually Warding's fault.
I like Undertale, and I like the part where it goes like that gives me Undertale vibes. And,
What about the part before?
I don't really remember the part before.
Says a lot about society. That part.
I think it's aight.
It's aight.
I mean, it's good.
Okay.
There's
It's good.
nothing. I
Let's
can't
go.
really like think. I don't know. I can't really think of anything like wrong with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So
It's
true.
like I like the Undertale part.
So you like the Undertale part? I agree. I like that. I like the Undertale part, and I like the flow on this part.
I like that part.
This part doesn't give me as much. I feel like the sub isn't as crispy clear. Skrillex Boosted Z says she's not really paying attention like Bunting does. It's okay,
Yeah.
Warding.
No, true. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Just the phrase in this part isn't doing it for me. Just that wow just isn't super interesting versus this. It's like subdividing in a cool way. And I feel like the sounds are kind of juxtaposed maybe a little much. Maybe you can kind of like filter them into each other to give them like a smoother feel and flow to it.
We're trapped in the belly of this horrible machine. And the machine is bleeding to death.
Very cool. This variation just kind of steps out of the sound palette a little much. Felt like it's like beepy, but it's not as like high frequency beepy. I don't know. It just kind of stands out, not as coherent with the rest of the sounds. And same with the sound. The sound didn't thrill me sexually. And that's it. It's cool. Eva's thoughts and prayers.
I think that I like how it sounds like a video game.
She likes how it
and
sounds like a
that's
video
my
game.
favorite part.
That's a
And I
favorite
don't
part.
know any music terms. Sorry. But I like how it sounds like a video game.
You don't
And
need
it's
to
banger.
It's banger.
And it's banger.
All right, this is Chris Digby, so you gotta have some good feedback for this one, okay? Not
Chris,
that like what you've
I'm
been giving isn't
so-
like fantastic, like already.
Yeah, like what?
Like, I'm just saying, like you gotta like go to the next level, like ascend.
Oh, no, I'm not that good yet. Ascendant, I'm bronze 3.
Yeah, she's bronze 3. She's really good though. She deserves ascendant. Alright, plugging Eva's Twitch.
The speed is pretty Taco Bell.
Can't plug the Twitch after saying she's bronze. Come on. I'm thinking that it was like it's the shepherd tone effect is cool, but I want to feel like it's still like really opening up, like it's more and more tense at the same time. I felt like it was like sitting at the same tension, which like makes it not as tensiony. And when it does drop, I was expecting, with all the build, I was expecting it to like catch me off guard more, you know. Well, it kind of gave me almost a little too much of what I expect, you know. Maybe that means like kind of switching up the sound palette, you know, switching up the arrangement more, so it's not just like still like trash can percussion sounds, or you like pitch them, or it's really change the rhythm, maybe turn them into like a trappy weird lead. You know, I've seen record. And same with the kind of like, you probably want the kick and the sub really coming in super strong to make that impactful. And what does Eva think?
I think it reminds me of like a little cartoon guy walking down the street and hanging out, and I like that for the little cartoon guy. And
Ouch.
I also think that. Well, did we hear the second part of it?
Not yet. We have not.
Okay, I like the first part. It reminds me of like a little guy hanging out.
Okay. She likes little guys hanging out. Only real ones can follow Eva on twitch.tv/whatever Eva.
This guy's low-key right.
Okay.
That's why he has 13.7 thousand subscribers.
So true. Where are you seeing that?
I have your stream open. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, this is more what I was expecting to switch up.
I like this. It's funky. It's like I like it. It's very
A lot of funk on it. Like. Skrillex if he was what?
cool, like a cool guy.
No, you're right. Skrillex isn't. Christic B is. Is this an Anika or Sativa type beat? Absolutely Sativa type beat. Yeah, I want more like subby presence. And I don't know. I feel like gotta be careful with the donk percussions because they're potentially just making things sound too samey. You know, even if the arrangement underneath it is changing, they're like they're interesting. Like they're a focal point, and that means like, you know, you gotta be extra careful. And maybe I think like little calls and like kind of fills instead of wham 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 wham, you know, wham 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 wham. You see, I feel like that make the phrase a lot more interesting. Provide a little more. And then I'm not really, I don't know. It's getting weird on the beat, but maybe a little too weird. The evil kind of weird, like so sinister. Like Eva.
Ooh.
What
Ooh.
was Eva think of the beat?
I think it's very appealing to guys like me. Um,
Bro,
it's
you gonna
very.
defuse that?
Yeah.
I
mean,
think
what am I gonna say?
No, you're right. Team Ace, did you win?
Huh?
Did you win that round?
Yeah.
Were you alive?
No.
You felt. No, I think like more of a progression for the weird part could go. I guess like almost like Yeti type vibes if you're familiar like with Yeti. Like Eva loves Yeti, the musician.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't.
Snowman.
No, he's way different.
I like it. It's weird. I like my weird too, Chris Digby. I like weird.
My PTSD starting to kick me, so I gotta get high. Niggas tried to smack me up, so I'm not praising. Cooler than a
John is
cooler.
right.
Shooter with a shooter. AK on my shoulder like I'm Malcolm X.
Ain't no
Cause
way.
I ain't going down like I'm on Luther. Nigga, open up the door, look, I know
John
you
knows
on.
nothing about me.
I ain't playing with him. My PTSD starting to kick me, so I gotta get high. Niggas tried to smack me up, so I'm not praising.
Wait, what are Eva's thoughts on that?
I thought I like it, and it reminds me of Baby No Money.
No, you're right.
You know?
Now that you mention that, I'd be feeling. No, I like this. This is one of my more favored ones. More favored, really. Like it just had a good riff, and the beat was super bouncy and fun, and it went. And the little rap goes.
Baby No Money,
These starting to kick me, so I
but you're
gotta
baby
get high.
with lots of money.
No, you're right. So much
Because
money.
this beat is cash.
Oh my god.
Oh
She
my
freestyled. She
God.
freestyled.
Oh my god.
Niggas tried to smack me up, so I'm not praising.
No, it's really nice, and this is what I say. It's like if you just have really solid flow, groove, and like riff, I think the rest can really fall into place. You know, like the sound design isn't my favorite ever, but do I care? No.
Nah, he don't care.
That's right. I don't.
No,
Yeah, hype me up. Hype me.
My shoulder like I'm Malcolm X. Like I'm. Niggas tried to smack me up, so I'm not praising.
I feel like you could probably make it a little longer. Yeah, a little more sub. I agree. You could maybe stretch this a little longer. You know, like I think it's really solid. Like this main riff acapella. You just like really build hype. You know, like get that moment right when the song starts. Like people know the song, they're like, oh shit, like it's about to go down, about to go crazy. You know, you don't need a crazy EDM drum build, but just something really to tell people like it's about to go. You know, honestly, for a beat like this, I would maybe kind of like just like play with the percussion for the intro. You know, keep the groove going. Then you give it, you know. And I think maybe like a vibey bridge section and a switch up could really go.
Somebody's
Dude, get my
watching
drip.
me. My God.
What?
Be careful, man.
On Twitch?
No, that's his song name.
Oh. Oh.
And who said I didn't pay attention?
Okay. I'm small now. No, it sounds like it always feels like somebody's watching me. It's that melody. You're right. Is that why you said that?
Right. No, it's literally because it's the song name.
Oh, no, you're right.
Like what?
No, you're right. Well, I guess he did it on purpose because clearly I don't listen to song titles. See, that's the difference. Like, see, like a real like musician like me actually listen to the music, while Eva, who's
Normally,
bronze 3.
I can read.
No,
Bunting
no,
can't.
no,
That's just
but,
what. That's just what he wants to say.
But no, but I think that's the thing. Me aside, people pay attention to titles. Okay, this beat's too scary for Eva.
Bronze 3s can read. Come on, man.
Find out on twitch.tv/
That was nice.
It sounded spooky, but this beat is giving me some like Shy-V vibes.
This is like when it goes hangs out a little bit.
Is what? What'd you say?
Like when a ghost hangs out.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like a spooky ghost vibe type. Abel and Ableton. I'm such a Bunting fan. I'm watching a 2 device. Oh my gosh. See, I'm that same way, but with Eva on twitch.tv. I watch on like all my devices.
No, true. No, like actually.
I would Fortnite emote at speed. Been a minute. You know what this needs? Eva knows.
Yes. Have you heard of 21 Pilots?
Yeah. No, okay, because I was gonna say something similar. No, because on the beat, you know, like 21 Pilots, on some of their songs, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, we're on the same wave.
No, do you actually get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that on. I'm just talking about little like offbeat chord hits.
Just need a Tyler Joseph sample.
For real. All my friends.
No, that's their worst one. Get real.
He does hit the piano here. Okay. Martin's right. You gotta be in a certain headspace for it. Oh, like Eva, this person's a 21 Pilots fan.
Oh my god! Wait. That's
And then they say old school top greater than. Oh my god.
trip. Trip.
Need more sub. M-Play, Edens, 21 Pilots. Yeah, a little sidechain could add to the groove. Also, I think you could add more stereo width and more sub to this sound. I don't know, maybe like little like notchy movements or something. It just seems like a little boxy or something. The stereo width can also help with that, and I think a little more percussion groove, like you know. You have a little bit in there, but I feel like you can really go off with that. And I feel like I want this piano more up front because I feel like that offbeat groove is really central. 21 Pilots influence so crazy, really.
All my friends are
Like
heathens.
I thought like Tyler was about to come in with the bars on the verse, really. Go ahead, Eva. Go. Pretend.
Take it slow.
I'll let you finish.
Wait for them to ask you who you know.
No,
I'm
wait,
nervous
D
now.
Prepper saw 21 Pilots live. What are your thoughts on that?
What'd you say?
D Prepper in chat saw 21 Pilots live. Lol. What are your thoughts
Oh my
on that?
god, Bunting and I saw 21 Pilots live.
Not
Did you
true.
happen to be at in
how's
Denver,
it work?
Colorado on October? I don't remember the day.
No, Fling agrees. Tyler goes hard live. Literally, like these are your people, Eva. You swear these
Like
aren't
I'm
your people.
like you guys don't understand. I'm obsessed with 21 Pilots. It's like unhealthy.
You don't understand.
You don't understand.
If you
I'm
want to
not
talk
like other
about
girls.
21 Pilots with Eva, you go to https://twitch.tv
Yep.
slash
Yep.
WTVRE.
Yep. Matt, shut. Oh my god.
Literally, the followers going crazy. The followers on the up and up. Yeah, Twitch is just like Google Plus.
Like Google Hangout where everybody watches with
I like this main loop. I agree. Fatter kick. I know that can kind of change the vibe. There's also this like layer of like AC hum 1 from Serum. Just like white noise atmospheres out, which is I don't think is needed. What are Eva's thoughts?
It's a very tight beat.
Does Eva agree with that sentiment?
Yes. Queef coordinator. All good.
Oh, good. 0 bad. 100% good. I agree. Yeah, and I like that your stuff is less just like slam distort nonstop. It's a lot more pleasant. I think you could still go a bit harder on the structure, right? You have this loop going the whole time, but you know, if you just take away that loop for one droppy-ish section, that could change the whole feel, you know, that could just make it more interesting, make it not sound as repetitive. You know? And I mean, if it is a sample loop, then like, I don't know, you could chop it up, mess with it. You could also do that if it's not a sample loop, if you resample it. And also maybe you could kind of bring it in a little more gradually, like the chords first and that melody kind of filtering in, then, you know, like kind of sound effects filtering in, and then it all breaks down, you know. Start to think like a little more structurally, you know, where at least like you want a climax in the music, even if it isn't a drop. You want to feel like you're approaching somewhere and then it hits and you're like, oh yeah, people like that in music. Yeah, snare isn't my favorite. Hats are interesting, but not really laying down a clear groove. Maybe you can have another layer of hats that are straighter to kind of just keep it. You know, a really straight beat with that loop could go. Or not really straight, but you get what I mean. Oh my gosh, Extendo rebrand. He's like black now. He's like Eva.
Can't say that.
Why is Dominic in the voice chat? But he's in Hawaii. He's literally wasting
Dominic,
his life away.
Dominic in Hawaii, most beautiful place in the United States, and he watching Feedback Friday.
You're right. He fell off. Para coordinate this for you. Yeah. Can you tell everyone where Dominic lives?
Yeah, for sure. 621.
No. Maybe Feedback Friday is Dominic's paradise. You're right. And where he'd rather be. What does he even think of this beat?
I'm about to lose this game.
Okay, she's about to lose the game. She has to focus. Okay. Like, if you're like trying to fight someone and I'm like, what does Eva think? You don't have to think anything. Alexis Lewis, really. It's Bobby. OG Lab. Yes, donate. Donate. You have to donate $150 and I'll wear a dress on stream. Oh wait, you're dying of illness. Okay. No, like, can't your insurance cover that? Like your stream donate? Yeah, I'll loan you the money. Don't. Yeah, this is very head bobbable, which is a good and important trait. Could have a little more sub for sub harmonics. What is insurance? I don't know. You gotta ask Dominic. There you whiff. So I like this intro, but it didn't feel like it had a ton of correlation with the drop. I mean, that's a thing I hear with the dubsteps, and I have a quip about. It's like you're lucky if you get an intro that's interesting on its own, right? Versus just like splice impact with delay on it, you know. But sometimes you have the exception where like, oh my gosh, the intro actually goes and it's like a nice loop on its own. But then like the drop just doesn't really have any correlation to it, you know. I feel like we could push that a step further and have intros that really flow into drops, you know. It's kind of weird because the stuff we like in like dubstep and bass music, like drops isn't the same that we like in like melodic intros, you know. We don't want to hear like a bunch of half steps and just like sounds. You see Dominic in chat?
I ain't even gonna say it.
Okay. I mean, if he's dying of illness, okay, Eva, get the dress out.
Whoa.
Eva,
Whoa.
go get the dress. You can pause your Valorant match.
Whoa.
Like, if it's his
Whoa.
life savings, I got it. Okay. But anyway.
What? Can you? I'm getting bullied.
Okay. Oh, okay, Dominic. You can't say that. Anyway. Let's actually give feedback. Enough hanging out and chilling.
No more fun.
Okay. You can get these sounds louder. Soft clip. Push it louder. Cymbals also kind of loud. I don't know. I don't feel like the drums are sticking out as too loud. It's just that I feel like the bass could get more girth and sub. The red. And even stereo width can help with that. Also, like, if you want like a fat sound, it's really gonna come down to like how you treat the mid range. And by treating the mid range, I mean just like put like some phasers there or something. I don't know. With nice mid range harmonics. Like just flat this. Oh, they're right. Anyone else noticing Eva kind of fell off?
What?
Matthew. Yeah, and I guess it's a bit repetitive. You can get some more distinctly new sounds. Like the new flows kind of spiced up, but it's still to the point. Like if I'm hearing it loop, I'm like, all right, I'm picking up what I get. You know, like you can keep things like consistent and just like vibey and kind of repetitive, but at least what I've been striving for is like, you know, like really hold someone's attention, you know? Don't give people the chance to tune something out as noise, you know? And if something repeats long enough, a lot of times it does get tuned out. And a big element of like bass music is like the surprise and like the novelty of like new crazy drops. So when you just don't have that novelty, sometimes you might miss out. Not that never repeat but you know. Wawa denied you.
I said no.
What?
I said, Wawa, can I work there, please? And they said, no, you're stupid.
Really? Why would they say that? That's not nice at all.
I don't even know. Like, I'm literally...
No, it's crazy how when everyone here follows you on twitch.tv/WTVREva.
Yeah, guys,
like,
don't forget your Prime subs. They renew in like 2 weeks.
What? share this information. Okay. That was pretty cool. What does he even think that?
Yeah.
I cut you off. I heard you in real life going yeah, but I just yeah.
Yup. It reminds me of Lorne. You know Lorne?
Yes. So true.
Reminds me of Lorne.
Lorny vibes. I think it's doing pretty well. I don't know. If you want to lean more into the Lorne vibe, I would get more like yucky. So yucky distortion sound. You know, make it sound even grittier and darker. You know, instead of just the kind of. I mean, that to push into more Lorny territory, and also just because I don't know, I'm not a fan of just like pretty straight Reese saw waves. And also the distortion can just make not only distortion just more interesting a lot of the time, but it reacts to like those volume and filter movements. So like compounds makes them twice as interesting, or if you want to think about it that way. So yeah, an especially good type of distortion for this sound is like the dynamic tube in Ableton with like the bias effect. Gives it that like fuzziness. It'd have a bit more like feel of tension, rising, developing, approaching, singing melodic ideas. Yeah, I like the last one. Like little fills when that phrase ends is important, you know, because you have the whole kind of thing transposing, but I feel like you could do a little more to make each shift have its own kind of like character instead of just sounding like same thing kind of transposed. No. Version, I like this guy. Let's go. What did Eva think of that? I don't.
Very vibes.
Very vibes. Okay, let's go. Everyone agrees. Wow, Eva had a good take.
I'm like kind of really smart.
Yeah. I would say very vibes. I think in the mix you could have a little less like hissy high on the cymbal, like just cymbal and snare high end seems a little loud. Also, just like excessive high end in places, I feel like, especially for this kind of vibey feel, can take away from the warmth feels, you know. Like if there's too much digitally high end, I mean, especially on SoundCloud compression stuff, so you can't avoid it too much, but maybe mess with that. Another thing is kind of had this like anti-climax drop, which I liked. But like to make up for it, I wanted to feel like really like creamy, like mid-range from like these kind of Rhodes sounds. You know, which I'm not really feeling. Feels a little scooped there. Because it's like you can have the anti-climax, but I feel like you could still push it to like kind of open up to this like fullness, like this warmness, you know. Yeah, I like this sound. This has been something I've wanted to explore more. Maybe you can kind of like compress the bass, so like the ASMR-y like little pick sounds get emphasized. I think it has a bit of that already. Snare definitely sticks out. It's like a little like subtler midi-ear snare. Cool. Secret. This is a secret track, Eva. Don't tell anyone. That was good. Kick is kind of absurdly clicky, maybe. I would recommend getting a Discord, but I can make an exception, but I'm not accepting any more for tonight because there's too damn many already. I really like this. I like this. These are both things I've been wanting to kind of explore musically, like this just like spacey, psychedelic-y feel and like the more vibey feel, you know, with the past two tracks, I guess. Yeah, kick is definitely a little clicky. And I really like the like dynamics on stuff, you know, like a lot of people, they would just kind of like pretty flat patches, but your stuff, it's which just gives a lot of life. It really sticks out. really playing off this tension well. You know, not really giving that full snare, just kind of riding off the kick. Feel like maybe a hair more sub. A new music type beat. But like the best in the best way possible. What does Eva think?
It feels very like ocean.
I concur.
I fucks with it.
All right, you can't do that. Can't do that here. Should I let Joe out?
No, he's the worst one.
He's the best one. Real ones know Joe is the best one. And Spoon and Spud spell off. Okay.
What does the chat think?
Chat thinks nice work, Liquid. Oh.
Kill.
What? Huh?
Man.
All right,
won't
I
forget
gotta
this.
I gotta pee, so Eva has to review this one. Okay, I'll be.
Okay.
You gotta.
Undertale recreation. Wait, I want to listen to the Undertale.
Wait, you
Play
want
the
to hear?
Undertale one.
No, that's not the one he wants feedback on. No, you can hear it. It sounds like this. Sounds like that. Okay, but you have to give feedback on this one. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
Don't say any slurs.
What? Only on my channel. Yeah, I'm like swaying a little bit. Like moving my head the way a snake moves its head. Quite wacky. Quite wacky. I like the wackiness at the end. Bit of wackiness going on. I like that it sounds. Oh, hell yeah. Is the Undertale playing? Hell yeah. Yeah, that was mad crazy, man. Bunting, you missed out, man.
I missed out.
That was mad crazy. That was actually like really good.
This is pretty nice. I like the re-space. Very warm. Very girth. What? She said a slur. Eva.
No,
That's the one rule.
no,
That's my one rule, bro. You
no, please, no.
No, she gets one. She can say one as a treat.
It's a good one.
Damn, this one actually is really good.
Think I would lie?
Would you lie? No, you've never
I
lied.
would not lie.
You would lie. Okay, let me just play the whole thing. It's a short track. So, yeah, it seems to have really good build up. What is the W word? Don't say it if you know.
Winner.
Winner. No, false, and winner. What? I kind of like, I don't know how intentional it is, but you use a lot of like MIDI instruments, like pseudo real instruments, which gives it this like 2000s kind of vibe. You know, like Maple Story type. So that's a common theme, but I kind of like that. Peace Fling, thanks for gonna. What? What? What?
Don't say it. Oh my god.
Yeah, I like that. Like really intentional with it. Yeah, that's nice. It just has a really good melodic build-up feel, and it's like has that nice climax. I would say like this respace almost feels a little girthier. I felt like I wanted a bit bigger bass, mid bass, like sub bass. The drop hit. And I don't know, maybe little saws, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of like the womp 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 kind of on it. I don't know. It's not hitting me right. That's just the only thing that's a little off-putting. Lovely. There's just really good layered melodies going on. Were you nice? Did you only say nice things, Eva?
It's really nice. Telmo's nice.
Okay. You were nice. Okay.
You are alone, child. There is only darkness for you.
Is the car hard, Eva?
For your people.
Is the whip hard?
Hell yeah.
I will command a great and terrible army.
Not as hard as Eva's whip, though.
I am
Not as
the
good as
end.
Loud.
It's just death. No more running.
Yeah. So the sub is just having this clippiness, which is it kind of sounds cool, but also is just pushing some stuff out of the mix. A little much in my opinion. And also, I don't know. I would like if the sub wasn't sustaining all the time and would like kind of follow the womps because it's flowing, you know.
The end. You are alone, child. There is only darkness for you, and only death for your people. I will command a great and terrible army.
My honor left a long time ago. It's just death. got your back. At peace with yourself, you will be.
So yeah, like mix master, be a little cleaned up with like the distortion. And also I could went a little deeper in the variations and some of the fills, especially the sword, let's get a little loud.
Hey.
Hello? What does Eva think?
Like when the guy grunts.
Like, I agree. This is really cool. I like how, like the last one I was like sub ducking too hard. Now I like how the sub is ducking stuff. Because it really feels like it's like throwing you around with it. You know, it's like you're feeling the opening and closing. It's really cool effect. Yeah, just really clean phrase and modulation. I would say it gets like a little hissy, gross. That is not pleasant. I feel like Kick could maybe have a little cleaner sidechain. Presence cut. I'm just not feeling like the girth, low end girth of it, maybe. Definitely one of the best heavy tracks of the night, I would think. Because it's like some people like they have pretty good sound design, but their phrases aren't good. Some people have decent phrases, but their sound design isn't that good. Like I think this is really good sound design and phrases, and it like uses them to accentuate each other. You know, if that's a bunch of words, that makes sense.
Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Follow me on.
Bye,
Hey
Eva.
guys,
Follow.
follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitch.
Okay, bye. Thanks, Eva. Everyone say thanks. Say thanks, Eva. Follow Eva on Twitch. Follow Eva on Twitch. Follow Eva on Twitch. Now Martin can get in here. Martin. Alright, I'm joining the voice chat. Yeah, maybe here-ish got... Like, I felt like some of the variations, like, lost me a little bit. But again, like, after it repeats for a while, it's less interesting inherently. I don't know. And I felt less of that, like, suction feel, you know? Like, of the volume, dynamics, whatever. It varied. Maybe just got a little too crowded to feel that. But I don't know. That's picky. That's about what I would say. Super task type beat. Hey, you're loved. Oh my gosh, wholesome. Wholesome. Yeah, I might play games with Eva. On her stream, so you have to follow to find out. More progression. But this piano melody sounds spookier, I don't know. It's very open. Weird stereo though. Peace, Johnny. Yeah. One thing I would say though, that sets it apart from being as slappy as a super task type beat, is I think like it has nice chords and nice like trippy layers to it, but it doesn't really have this singing melody. Like for example, in like Healing, you know, you have that like everything's lovely, but it's that main melody. That's really pulling you in. And like in his deeper beats, he might have the bamp, 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 like those computery beeps. You know, that stuff is really like the lead elements which are sticking out. Like you kind of have like the vocals serve as that at points, but not very confidently. Peace. I think that could take it to the next level. Beyond that, though, yeah, clean. Little weird panning, or like my headphones are messed up. Cool progression, cool layers. Could maybe have a bit more contrasting feel here. Not necessarily like, I say variation, right? And that's kind of like the heady way to think about it, you know what I mean? But really, like, you want it to feel different. You want it to hit you different. Besides just more of the same. Or if it is more of the same, you want to make sure it has that weight to be fulfilling. Sounds cool.
It's so easy to get lost in the dark haze.
Alright, we get another weird panic take beat.
Lost in the dark. Roaming through the jungle, you better buckle up. 'Cause out here in the jungle, I'm the next runner-up.
That's cool. Don't go too crazy on the panic.
You say you've been here before, but I just don't think that is how we walk. Just how we walk. Starving in the jungle, baby. You know how it gets when it gets dark.
Yeah, these high notes.
You know how it gets when it gets dark.
Get sharp or whatever. But yeah, like Melodyne, especially those high notes more.
When it gets dark.
Yeah, those definitely hard panning.
Into the rivers and mountains we flow.
This is hard though.
Down to the waves
Hard
we
panning.
flow. Emotions always take control. When you're always on the go. When you're always on the go.
Another thing is like a lot of people hear auto pan and they're like, all right, this is my signature now. They just like put on a lot of stuff for like interesting trippy stereo. But I think there's more ways to have interesting trippy stereo, right? Like ping pong delay is a great one, which also might be overused, but I like that more. Also, you could just have different things happening in the left and right channels, you know. So it's not necessarily like asymmetrical, but it has this like depth to the stereo field, you know. Even stuff like, for example, like in Rift, like you have the filter and you can spread it to be two different positions in different stereo channels, you know, or like phasers, you know. Or maybe you can have a bit of panning, but kind of have this like delay or reverb to kind of let it pan, but not as dry, you know, not as hard. Soften it. I'm not gonna stop you from auto panning. Zero.
Baby, I could teach you how to
That was cool,
walk,
though.
how to walk. Baby, I could teach you how to walk. Teach me how to jungle walk. Baby, I could teach you how to jungle talk. Let's get the walk.
Yeah.
Hop up in my whip, let's go to.
Yeah, it
Let's
could
go
have
to
been.
Mars.
It was just mixed a little
She
crisp.
just running past us, baby. I think that we
Maybe
went
like
too
telephone
far.
it
We went too far.
so it's not sticking out like that. Just more even stereo with.
Bumping bass that'll get you, get you, get you, get you, get you, get you, get you.
Bumping bass.
This plucky archer.
Jungle walk, jungle.
Yeah, vocal processing clean.
Easy to get. It's so easy to get lost in the dark.
Maybe like a little more reverse reverb. I felt like the vibe projected from the intro wasn't really the same as when the vocal hit. Maybe just a little more vocal, melodic feels.
Starving in the jungle, baby.
Really missed track.
You always on the go. When you always on the go.
Hell. And also, like, white noise is evil. You can't use it.
Teach me how to jungle walk, baby. I could teach you how to jungle talk. Let's get the walk.
Yeah.
Hop up in my whip, let's go to.
Also, just timing on the if it's a little off.
Let's go to Mars. Cheetahs running past us, baby.
Yeah, just stereo processing something on this web just isn't feeling super clean. That's what sticks out. Top 10 loudest snares. Number 2. You earned it though. Back to the story. Maybe we like filter descent to the then pretend. What the hell? But what is this effect? I've heard this. Yeah, snare's kind of obscenely loud. Maybe have it a little quieter for the intro, then the drop hits. Bigness. Yeah, could have maybe like teased the flow a little more, maybe through the sample too. Maybe gave it a little tension to the sample, like start chopping it before the drop, so it's like, ooh, something's messed, something's feel. And this could just be a little louder. It just comes off quiet. It's kind of hard to make it out, even without the context of like this loud ass. So mess with the levels. Kind of. I probably want to hear the saxophone line the most, and check it out. Okay. Thank God it's under Creative Commons. I was getting worried. But this is nice. We love 6-minute and 24-second type beats. Like funky call though. Like the D tune he saw is my favorite, even though it's like more analog-y than others I've heard. Definitely old school influence. This like little chord chop sounds like it wants to sound old school, but it sounds a little too synthy. Maybe just like scuff it up and resample it. Give it that feel. Watch it be like an actual old school chop, and I'm just like, I'm posing. The ops are going crazy. This beat is really like tearing them down. Yeah, minimal, but not in an overly uninteresting way. Very old school. Oh. I like it. 909, maybe a little much. Open hat. Ooh, the harmonics going crazy. Yeah. It's cool. Like I liked it. Super minimal, but in a good way. Like it didn't do it in an ass way. I mean, I would say, I mean, my patience wore thin for this, so of course I've been going through like a million different tracks, so take that into account. But also, I don't know, you might want to have something to catch your listener's attention, even on the minimal side of things, you know. Or maybe kind of modulate it, you know, have like nice slappy delays kind of swelling in and out, you know. Because like you can like, the thing is like, I think in minimal stuff, the point is really to like, for it to feel like trancey, like trance inducing, you know. And you can still switch things up within those boundaries, you know. It's really going to limit like how much you can surprise your listener, right? But I think there's it's really like subtle filter modulations and reverbs, delays, you know, stuff like that, where I think is free reign. You know, like the more like amorphous ways to vary things, the more progressive ways to do it, you know, add more layers, more of what's there. No. What is this from? Some classics, really. When you have this melody, whatever it's from, Exorcist, and you're having this when you have a it wants, that's the root note it wants to hit, not the it wants it the you know. Everyone loves this riser.
We're gonna die up there.
Breathy.
We're gonna die up there.
Yeah, like the keys are just weird, cause you're having this band thing. And you have the like and the sub versus it's like the sub is like off a step from what I'm expecting.
An excellent day for an exorcism.
And do these steps.
I was expecting, well, maybe like move the octave low, because that bass sounded super clean and loud. Maybe it's getting squashed, I don't know. I was hoping just to hear that tease bass ripped off of.
Your mother sucked cocks in hell, you worthless, faithless slime.
Losing interest in the break, I feel. I love that. It's pretty cool. Sound design pretty cool. I would say like key feels weird in some places. Well, it doesn't feel like completely off. It just feels like it could be a little more satisfying and consonant in some places that I mentioned. Also, I'm just not the biggest fan of the main phrase, like bam ding, bam bam ding, bam bam ding, bam bam. It's alright. You know, maybe what can amp it up is like if the fills were a little more musical, like a little more direct with the kind of notes and like the rhythms they're using, or like the sound design. You know, criticating to the sound design. You know. Also, instead of just bam ding, bam 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 ding 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 ding, feel like stretching that phrase into more, just exploring more notes, maybe like a little longer. Could make it more interesting as well. Maybe a little band ding, band dun 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 dun. Kind of play off that in the sub, you know, play off tension in the sub instead of just root noting it. Half steps. Half steps are used a lot, but I mean it's kind of your go-to if you want tension and heavily sound designed stuff. Sound designed. Yes, sound designed. And it just kind of stays layered the whole time versus, you know, drying up at points can... Why did you remove that message? Drying up at points can make for more contrast. I have enough tracks left. I have enough, certainly. This is cool. This main loop is really clean. Sound a little squash with the sub though. Too clippy, limited. Kick and snare are getting a little lost in the layers, also just a little layer dense. East Coast Guys, you're loud. Yeah, I would say you're going a little too hard in the layers, which is a good problem to have, I guess. And it's not just that. I said this with like Linus track. I talked in depth, but like if you have layers and for one they each have their own frequency range, like you're already better off, right? But also if they're all doing complex like syncopated lines, right? It's a lot harder to work with a bunch of layers versus one layer is doing a really simple like just quarter note beat, the other is doing like a little triplet or something, and then you know the other one is more complex. You know, like you can't have everything beat complex or else it just becomes a noise. Not that, like not to say like when I say bad things it's unlistenable. It just couldn't be even more pleasing. You know. track. I do like this more melodic take on deep dub. The horns are like a red flag to me. There's been too much like corny EDM with like brass stabs that I cannot allow it in a sophisticated track. Also, it almost feels like truth inspired. You're probably right. It feels layered, but not necessarily like deep, you know? So maybe you can have a little more delay, reverb action to give it that space and depth. Depth. What? I'm fascinated by this diagram, really. Take note. Super high sibilanticity. See, I like how you like a while ago when you were submitting tracks, I was like the wub's like too clippy, like use limiting instead. But in the end, you just like ended up leaning into the clippy, and now like this is kind of your wub. Story wub. Also a little overly crowded. Similar feedback on layering. I would have definitely like it's slapping obviously, but if you would have switched up the harmonic on that bass, it could have like sounded even deeper or different and cut them off. Smooth brow. Lovely. Experimental bass. Is that what you said? Experimental bass, okay. I don't know. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. High endiness is one thing. I feel like a little more sub presence could be nice, or a little layer on it. Because unless I'm paying attention to it, well, I mean, obviously you'll feel it if I'm on like an actual sub. But like, see how you're playing like boom, boom, you know, the womp womp wah type phrase, even though I'll allow you to do it because it's not really like it that much. But yeah, just more layer on the sub so I really feel that because I think that's a really important part of the phrase that's getting kind of lost. Yeah, hat's probably too loud. Like, I'm just not able to feel the wubs as much as I would like, I feel. And I don't know. I would probably get a little more motify with it, you know? Because, like, yeah, there's a lot of different flows coming out and just funky phrases. But, like, people can't really lock into it unless there's consistency in, like, the repetition, you know? It's something they can make out. You know, and the most obvious way is just, like, one repetition phrase, new phrase, you know? But you can get complex, but I would say, you know, think about it like in a classical sense or something, you know, because they don't have a ton of repetition in their stuff, you know, and classical in their stuff and Mozart's stuff. But what they do have is like repeating little phrases everywhere, you know. For example, like here's a video I was watching which talked about it really well. Because like clearly you want to go for the complexity. John Williams. Look, here's the video. It's on John Williams, okay? But you see how, like, I mean, obviously it's gonna be hard to translate this to, like, from, like, orchestral to bass music. But you'll find that, like, in melodies he has, like, the same phrase repeating, but in different places, you know? For example, like, if in this phrase I might have wap wap wamp, wap wap bow, wap wap bow, bow, wap wap wap. You know, I'm placing it different, but the main phrase is wap wap wap, wap wap wap, wap wap wap, wap, you know? Or I can go like wap wap, wap wap, wap 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 wap. You know, all of a sudden that wap wap is characteristic to the phrase. It's like a main character that people are gonna spot out and recognize every time it appears. You know, like you want something to be a character. Like people aren't going to be able to connect with the character if you just don't know if you don't know how they are. You know, if they're acting one way one time and a different way another. You know, versus like you start to understand how they operate. You know, it's almost like you need rules. You do need rules because life works on rules. You know, even if you're trying to work without rules, there's some underlying structure to what you do. No. Okay, I just got like too abstract with it to offer anything of value, but maybe that makes sense to someone out there. Like, it's like even if you're being completely random, there's going to be an underlying order to it, but you need to be on like some weird shit to see that order, right? And even if you, the producer, can see the order of it, you have to communicate that to the listener or it'll get lost, you know? Because like, I feel like the goal, especially bass music, isn't always to be like, here's cool sounds. You know, there's a lot of cool sounds in life. Like, you can go outside and hear cooler sounds than, like, I've heard on this feedback. No, I'm kidding. Yes, more rules, Sam. It's like what was I saying? What was I saying? It's not just sounds, you know. It's like because anyone can hear like rain or anyone can hear the wind, right? But most people will just ignore it, right? A select few people are gonna like sit there with it and be like, "Wow, this wind is so beautiful and actually like profound," you know. And the thing is, like, you can't just play a recording of wind, right, and be like, oh my god, like, people gotta get this, you know? Of course, there's select few people who'll be like, yes, wind is so beautiful if you really think about it on a deep level, right? But I feel like the goal is to not have it be such a reach and portray wind in such a way that it is so beautiful that it can strike anyone and catch their attention and entice them. You know what I mean? I'm getting too abstract with it, but like because it's like a trained ear can hear the beauty in anything, right? But it's a matter of how you can communicate the beauty to someone who isn't necessarily looking for it. Okay, that's it. We've heard this riser twice tonight. People love this riser for some reason. I fell off. Okay. Thank you for your continued sauce dispensage. You get me. You just get me, bro. I don't even gotta say it. You lay down a phrase, but you kind of subvert the expectation a little much. We'll call between the bass phrases. I agree. Don't go too crazy with silence. Appreciate Martin like recognizing my wise posting. Really, like he gets it. He understands like the underlying pattern. What was I gonna say? I had something good to say. Oh, so like a good example, this is kind of on Light Bright, but also this, I guess, in terms of like variation. Like in terms of complexity, right? Like there's like very obviously like simple phrase music. Like pop music is the biggest example. Like the phrases are so obvious that anyone can hear it and get it, right? But you know, if you get deeper into certain subgenres of music, the phrases might get less clear, you know? But, like, I think jazz is a really good example of this because, like, the whole thing in jazz is you start off, you play the main melody. You play the melody, right? People know the melody. And then you start to solo on it. You start to get variations on it. But if you listen to jazz musicians play, like the best solos I feel aren't the ones that are just like running everywhere and like all crazy. They have just repeated phrases that keep occurring. I don't know. It's better to actually listen to it and hear it than you know, I think Bill Evans is really good at this. I've been appreciating some jazz lately. You know, in that it's very complex, but what pulls you back in is the fact he has repeated like movements, repeated rhythmic ideas, repeated melodic ideas, even if he's exploring all sorts of places, you know, and he might have a lot of accents, but they're more subdued. They might be lower in dynamics to bring focus to those main lines he wants to emphasize, You know, I don't know, foreground, background, whatever. So listen to jazz. Jazz is the best dubstep. So on this beat, I would say, yeah, calls, don't get silence. Don't do silence so much. You know, you want to hold people into it. You know, you have versus you're just like hitting and running nonstop. You know, you want to lock them in. You see? You could just have a little more rhythmic interest. Even just like some groovy hi-hats could really like tie things together, I feel. And just more like consistent phrase, really like the main formula, which like you probably want to stick to until you like listen to jazz. That is you know, like 8 bars are the same thing, you know, or like 1 4-bar phrase, you know. You just want a really solid phrase and stick to it, you know. And you never want to settle for less. And you want to need a pet rat. Okay, I'm talking too much. And yeah, the melody isn't really consonant with the beat because you go and melody would like to be that could be a really nice phrase and make the wubs and the melody have more of a relationship with each other. Yeah. And also just in the same key, you know. You want to just play off the root. Really like just write a chord, build a chord off the root note your bass is hitting and write your melody around that and it'll sound really good. I like this little melody. I like it. Yeah, melody's really in the background compared to all the percussion. Honestly, just like bring things closer and level, and it'll sound a lot cleaner, more professional. I guess that just makes it. Yeah, it just has a nice like kind of 2-part A-B phrase to it. Peace, meta, thanks for hanging out, thanks for hanging out, thanks for hanging out. What is going on here? Like, it's weird. can be brought out a little more. Maybe you could have a little of those 16-bit artifacts to stick out and have more character. And also, like, to give it more 16-bit vibes, you can just lower the sample rate, you know, stuff like that. I don't know. 16-bit is weird because there's a lot of 8-bit vibes and like VSTs for that, but like 16-bit isn't as clear. Do some research into it to really like get the aesthetic down if you care about that, or if you're just like goofing. I don't know. Flanger type beat. Flanger type beat. Flanger type beat. Flanger type. It's lovely. This melody and percussion's nice. Wow, it's giving me like movie, like Batman vibes. Jesus Christ, 7-minute track. Like, how do the tracks keep getting longer every feedback? Like, I swear, y'all pushing me. Y'all pushing my limits. See, the real challenge isn't making a 7-minute track. It's making 3 minutes feel like 7. Feel like an eternity. All right, I appreciate that, Matthew. Very thoughtful. Sub, kick kind of loud. I want to make sure my son's in alignment. This part is trick. It's a trick. Now, where does shop bass go? Where's the big shops? Surprisingly, like, keeping my interest, despite it being long. It has those call response phrases that are always switching up. Underlying groove to it and sub drum work could be cleaner, I would say. And just some sounds stronger than others. Like tricked out at super fresh. Is this like Pacific Northwest slang? I thought you meant like thick. Like that's trick, bro. Am I gonna have to start saying that now? Kinda goes. Now the snare's a little loud here compared to the kick at least. that volume. It's crazy trippy. Like something as simple as just volume automation can be powerful. And really good modulation on the sounds. Outro vibes losing me a bit here, I guess. That is an outro vibe, but outros. It was cool. I feel like it pulled together the other stuff well. Like it felt really cohesive for what it is. You know, as much of it explored. Yeah, sub, groove, kick, drums, definitely where it needs most attention, I would think. Mountain style. Discord sounds in this. It's a little like boxy, like high boosted 1K. Literally, everyone loves this riser. More so here. We're stacking up in high frequency. It's a rap, it's my pet rat Joe. You can look at him. Okay, we looked at him enough. He came out because Shamer is his favorite. He loves these new Shamer drops. It is Joe. What would I say about this? It feels a little bright. I would give some like envelopes, filter movements to these saws. There's gonna die like the next video, probably. Took like 2 years, and I've had him for like almost a year now, less than that. And he was about fully grown, so I don't know. His health doesn't seem to be declining. Yeah, just overly bright in places. Once more. and just wait. Just not as clippy and And I thought you had these cool progressions. I would have liked to hear that to get played with a little more instead of just going back to a half step root note drop type beats. Okay, he gets 2 plugs apparently. Alice demonstration. Very mysterious. So mysterious. I like the progression and rhythm. Compared to everything. I have a little pre-drop cut. Joe's out. Say hi. Okay. Beat went hard, but I have really good news. Okay. That was my kitty cat. His name is Spud. Anyway, so this track, mix and tension could be a little cleaner around the edges, but for what it is, I thought it's really clean. I'd love you forever if you reviewed mine. Thanks for teaching me a lot. Are we like in middle school? Like, I'll be your best friend if you give me your chips. There's this like layer, I guess. I just think the processing could be a little cleaner. Maybe you give this like a little punchy compression, and a little multi-band and saturation to get a little cleaner. You can really hear how kind of muddy it is when the layers come in. And it's very just like mid-range deficient. It's just like kind of low-E mids and then like bright highs, which kind of just feel loud compared to the standard we've accepted. That's not to brag, but Not to brag, but my cats would kill Joe within 2 hours. Like, I'm not trying to brag or anything. Like, they would just, like, fuck him up. Like, they're kind of badass. Like, I almost pity enough to actually review it, but pity is weakness, and I cannot encourage this behavior. Joe's running around now. He's riled up. Kitty riled him. This little donkey patch just feels a little flat. It's not a bad sound, but more filter, more schmelter, more schmenvelope.
Call it how it is. Mask off.
Mask up. Feels like very basic, shapy. I like how it had this atmosphere switch up though. What the hell going on?
Also with the game, from full steps to a whole nother domain. Out the bottom, I'm a living fool. On top of my million dollar foot. Draw house, looking like a room. Graduate, I'm a going I'm a big money. I can barely move. Ask about it.
I would keep like the dry wets below 50 on reverb modulation. And like don't settle for basic shapes, right? Even though we would love to. Nah, I mean do whatever, but I feel like you can make them more interesting with filters, delays, more envelopes, more rhythmic movement, volume stuff.
That's a liability. Hit the gas, boosting my adrenaline.
Jerry Runa, I feel like this phrase is kind of begging for you know, just little trying to write it. So it's not just
Fuck it.
I mean, it actually is going. It is doing that, so forget everything I said. I just, like, heard what you did, and I, like, projected it. Pretending it was my own. I swindled it, really. Get me out of here, bro. Like, it's not bad. Just the sound design just comes off very basic shapes. Like, it gets the job done, but doesn't necessarily, like, tickle me in a way, right? And kind of same with the arrangement, you know, like, there are phrases there, but I feel like they're a little too dense and just not flowing as hard or having as hard like riff cadences as it could be. You know, I feel like it's so close. You just have to dial into one of these avenues to really push it out.
That's a liability. Hate to get who's the
And it just ends up being around the same arrangement the whole time. Probably too many switches. Like, even when you do switch, it still comes off texturally about the same. It all sounds very just basic shapey, you know? And it's not just basic shapey, you know, like the sound field feels the same. Like if I were to skip through here, I'm getting the same textures from each section, you know? And it's like you can change things within like that, you know, you can have new rhythms and new melodic ideas. But if it's not immediately striking the listener as fresh, and then it won't feel like real contrast. You know, you gotta really bring in and out instruments. You know, one section could be super melodic-y and beat boopy, while the other one could be more subby, atmospheric, which you kind of did, but lean even more into that. Yes, and also tension, sure. This is cool. Just like rave.
This is electronic.
Ripping off duct tape type beat. Is it still building? Let me check. Yeah, I honestly thought it was still building because I wasn't able to make out the snare. It just felt like kicks to me. It's just too slam that the problem, like, you want loud slam, but it ends up making some sounds less crisp.
An unusual hiding place for the Prince of Darkness. Don't you think?
Zelbeck, where have you been all this time?
A great victory, my friend.
There's still one left.
Indeed. And I fear that it's only a matter of time before he finds us.
He's more powerful than the others, and appears to fear nothing.
This acolyte commands ultimate possession and control over us.
This is electronic.
Definitely more saturation, distortion, less OTT on post-processing.
Electronic.
More subs. This means more subs and bits. That kinda ended a little soon. The other thing that throws me off a bit is you have these like fake outs before the drop, or like kind of teases, and the bass sounds are just completely different from the drop, and sometimes I like them better, and sometimes they come off louder because it's not being squashed by everything yet, you know? So, I don't know, maybe play off that or play away from that, you know, just pick one of the Like fulfill what you're teasing, or catch them off guard even more, you know, and make sure the master and mix is allowing it to sound as fat and loud as you get. Full tractor, heavy vibrations, really like, and that's it. And that's it. That's all for the evening. A nice 4 hours, 4 minutes feedback stream. And that's that. Some nice tracks tonight. Some less nice tracks tonight. Which one were you in? You have to decide. No, rip. Thank you for watching. You're so real for that. You're so real and raw, like so much of a major selector, bad man vibes getting from you. What do I say? Oh yeah, if you want to rewatch this, if you missed your feedback, got your win in Fall Guys. Okay. If you missed your feedback, there's a link in the description. You could rewatch all the streams ever. Like if you just need like something to watch, or just like put on like the 100 hours of Bunting live streams. This isn't even long for a stream. This is light work. Anyway, if you want to like support me, here's a good way to do that. Go stream my music. That's it. Here's a link to stream one of my songs. Okay, that's your one assignment. That's you get the feedback. All right, this is the one thing you got to give me in return. You got to stream Flux once on your platform of choice. Who even uses these? Who even uses AudioMac? Who uses Deezer? Who buys from iTunes anymore? Who plays music on SoundCloud? Dead platform. Is the Wave sample pack the full pack? Yeah, I mean there's a free version and then there's a paid version with a lot more. Abel and Ableton thinks Flux is great. So if he thinks it's great, you better take his word for it and stream it as soon as possible. Tell your mom about it. I actually made this song for moms in mind. That's my target audience. So she would love it, I'm sure. All right. Thanks for hanging around to the end, all 4 hours. You're insane for sticking around this long, but I like a little bit of insanity, right? Like they say, like genius is correlated with insanity or something. Or maybe that's what actually insane people say. But on that note, I'm out. Links in the description if you want to rewatch, join the community, and support me. And/or support me. Those are different things, I guess. Okay. Like, DM me if you're a fiend for feedback, I guess. But I don't feel like reviewing it on stream right now. But if I pity you enough, this might happen. Okay, peace out.